Hello, hello. Is this
So it has to be a little bit closer to your mouth.
okay? Like this?
Yeah.
Is this working? I can. Yeah, I think this is fine. Perfect.
We want maybe a little bit louder so we can actually hear it on the recording, but it looks like he's running for the mixing board, so when he gets back there,
Yep.
talking to normal.
Yeah, this should be fine. Is it fine? Okay, perfect. All right, I'm gonna put it off now.
had another event happen before this
Looks
one.
like it's
Yeah, we're
doing all right.
cool. Have you had any issues with the projector by chance?
I haven't, but I know they were having some challenges with the live stream portion, so I'm not sure if that was impacted by it, but
If by chance the screen has a flickering or anything like that,
okay.
the issue we've been having recently is that the laptop's pushing a signal at 1080p. The
Mm.
projector can only do 1080i.
Okay.
So you have to go to display settings and set it to 1080i.
Hold on here. Let me. Oop. I mean, wow. Christ. Huh? Oh, that's exciting. Hold on here. I mean, yeah. I think this should be okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. Cool. I will keep it. Sweet. Thanks. All right, we'll get started in just a couple minutes here. We'll let some people wander in. Nah. Yeah. Davida, how's it looking? Can you see my slides? All right. Well, we'll figure it out. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Hi. Welcome to my talk. It's nice to see all of you here. I am totally gonna. There we go. Gonna be specifically. Hi. I'm Naomi. I work at Facebook. I am a production engineer on the operating systems team, and today I'm going to be talking about how my team and I approach being on call for our team and the various services that we're responsible for. Things I'm going to focus on in this talk are mindset and the values that we have as an on-call, and then what it looks like to actually apply these behaviors out in the wild during one of our on-call shifts. Things I'm not going to cover in this talk, specific tooling, or how to give you a list of how to do on-call right. If that's the stuff that you were looking for, I'm really sorry. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to be offended if you want to go to a different session, but I'm really going to focus more around our mindset and how we actually implement that. But first, what makes me qualified to actually talk to you about this particular topic? Like I said, I'm a production engineer on the operating systems team. I've been at Facebook for 3 years. My team has 8 people. We are all located in the Pacific time zone. We are responsible for the deployment of CentOS across our entire fleet. We maintain the APIs that are used in our configuration management tools to give access to the tunables of that operating system. And then we also maintain and build the tools around deploying packages on the fleet, so RPMs and so on. We have the Yum repos and et cetera. Our on-call shifts are a week long. So from Monday to the next Monday, roughly 1 p.m. It's 24 hours a day. We don't hand off to a different team to do the overnight cycles. If you're the on-call, welcome to it. You're in it for 24/7. We also have the concept of a primary on-call and then a backup on-call. That backup on-call is someone that we have identified, and it's usually the person who follows, like would take the next on-call rotation, so like for the next week. Our on-call is responsible for a couple different things, specifically and obviously responding to alarms and pages. But we also are responsible for managing incidents that might arise during our shift, or if we need to be involved in like another major incident that happens in the rest of the Facebook or infrastructure spaces usually. We also get assigned various tasks from other tools, sometimes other teams, that we're expected to go ahead and resolve as that on-call. And we also do a lot of customer service. So that means things like hanging out in our IRC channel, or responding to posts in our support groups to say, like, hey, I'm having problems with this, or I really want to try and use systemd in this particular way. How would I do that? As the on-call, you're going to be responding to that. Okay? So that kind of gives you a general sense of what on-call looks like for us. Each service at Facebook has an independent on-call. We don't have a traditional help desk or a first-level support. If it's a thing that you built, you're on call for it. Nobody else is going to answer that stuff. Okay? And in the world of Facebook on-calls, ours is traditionally known as being rather active. There are times where it's a little quieter, and then there are times where it's not. And what I mean by that is really an example from one of my on-call shifts here. So this is kind of going to give you a little overview, an insight into the workload of my on-call. The blue is kind of a count of the tasks that were assigned to my on-call by machines or by tools, kind of in an automated way. So this could be like an alarm, cutting a task for me because tests are broken somewhere. The green ones were actually human generated. You'll see that the tools cut me a lot more tasks than the humans do. And while this is interesting, it doesn't really give you any context around how important these things were. So this is the tasks by priority, okay? Now I want to give you a sense of there's a couple things that you might want to know about this, is that we obviously have the high, mid, low priority. It's kind of obvious what those things look like, self-explanatory. It's worth noting that my alarms for my service will only ever cut me a high priority task, okay? So what the heck is that purple? That is what's known as a UBN. And UBN means unbreak now. This is always cut to us by actual humans. And so what this means is that, hey, this is breaking stuff. If it's not resolved shortly, it's probably going to result in an incident, or what we like to call a SEV. A SEV is a site event, but this is an event that triggers our incident response processes. So that's where we might need to get more teams involved, or we would have the full, or engage with other on-calls and so on. Okay? So had a couple of them. It was a fun week. Let's see. And then these are my actual alerts. Now, the critical ones are the things that actually page me. If you take a look at that number, it says 1,479. Now, not all of those 1,479 things paged me immediately. This is kind of the collection of them. We did have things that rolled up, so just kind of a general, I did not get that many pages. So, in spite of this kind of workload, I have a very controversial opinion. I like on-call. That's usually the response I get. I'm really not kidding. The thing that I didn't tell you when I was giving my intro, I don't have a typical engineer background. I don't have a classic CS degree. I actually started in medicine before following a very long and crooked path into engineering. So for me, on-call is a little different, okay? Sometimes, if you look at the on-call experience, we can have a particular set of beliefs around this. And some of it's cultural, some of it is just, a learned behavior that we continue inside of the industry. And it doesn't always feel like a lot of fun, and I definitely don't want to be on call every week. And you'll hear me whine and complain about on-call, okay? Like, just to be real clear here. But being on call actually gives me an awesome opportunity to learn. And especially with my non-traditional background, I'm gonna run into all sorts of things that I really wouldn't have had exposure to before. It's actually a really big part of what I wanted from this particular role and joining Facebook. Reading about how to do a thing or how something works only gets me so far. I really need to be able to actually dig in, have a problem with a deadline that I need to solve. So you have a little more incentive and motivation to actually kind of execute on these things. Being on call provides me with many of those opportunities, especially working at Facebook SCaLE. That 1 in 10,000 bug is a major pain in my ass every day. I use the education of being on call to then fuel other things. So this might be our project roadmap, right? It might be adding to the list of things that I want to research later on, okay? And it's a really awesome training opportunity. When I actually onboarded into the team, this is one of the best ways for me to have a really good understanding and awareness of what the breadth of work and the scope of problems that my team had to engage with on a regular basis. Okay? I also use this as a way to meet other engineers. It's kind of funny how many of the close friends that I have now started because I broke their service. So, as an introvert, this is actually really helpful. We have a shared problem that we're going to try and, help each other work through, and now I can invite them to maybe happy hour to be like, hi, I'm sorry. Like, let's share a beer over it, or let's hang out and grab lunch, and we can understand, we have that shared misery that now binds us together. Okay? So this is a shift in mindset that is around how you think about on-call and what that responsibility looks like. But what I mean when I'm talking about mindset is that it's that collection of thoughts and beliefs around on-call, because this is what influences our behavior. These mindsets are learned, and it's something that's prone to confirmation bias. So if you're going to approach this from the traditional perspective of on-call sucks, yes, it's going to, okay? And it can actually work against you in trying to see it as a tool that's going to help inform you, the next thing that you should maybe be building inside of your tooling or your service, or could create some blind spots in where you need to go ahead and shift with the rest of the industry, okay? But changing your mindset about this requires conscious work. Okay? You can choose to see the responsibility of on-call as empowering rather than a chore. You kind of have to trick your brain into thinking something's awesome, though. So there are a few different strategies that you can use for that. They're pretty well documented out there. So for example, I'm really terrible at mornings. I'm really terrible at mornings. And the way that I get myself into the office early, if I have to, I tell myself that I get to have hot breakfast when I get to the office, or fancy coffee. And so then it's a reward. Even though I really have to get up early, do all the things. It's not really anything I want to do, but I can handle that. It's taking a look at, the bug or the problem in your car and going well, that's an undocumented feature versus a a breakdown. Okay? So what is the role of an on-call? How do I think about this? I really like to think about it as a ship. There is a crew, okay, my team. There are passengers, and those are my customers, people who are consuming from my service. And it has a captain. And if you're the on-call, you're in command. No matter what your rank is, what your seniority is, how long you've been with the company, you're the captain, period. You take action to protect all of the souls on board, and your word is the law. Okay? The only way that you get in trouble is if you fail to act. Okay? So as long as you're acting, like, take a look. Is the ship headed for the rocks? Take action. Okay? If you do that, you're doing what you need to be doing. Okay? If you're not on call and you discover that the ship is headed for the rocks, you should also take action. Just find the on-call and make sure that they can go ahead and, address it, or, just continue to try and find someone who's more involved or could know better. There is no requisite amount of technical knowledge to do this activity, okay? The difference isn't technical, it's moral. Are you willing to take action for the greater good? Are you willing to get engaged and to actually own the service? Okay? So, what does this actually look like? What do I mean? So, as that on-call, you're the point of contact and face for your team. You should be routing tasks. You should be operationally minded and investigate everything that comes across your path that you can. And you're going to be really focused on that customer service. You are not doing all the work to keep this ship running, but you're making sure that the work is actually getting done. Okay? So you're responsible for the actual operations of your team. It's important to recognize that performing on-call is very different than your traditional role. If you feel that you don't have enough time to actually accomplish all of your project work, on-call shifts are not the time to actually try and catch up on that stuff, okay? You need to take the step back and own your responsibilities as the on-call, and that will be your only responsibilities during that time, okay? So no project work whatsoever. And this is really challenging if you don't have the workload that we do. Like, sometimes it's really easy to be like, oh my goodness, there's no way that I could ever even imagine doing project work. That's not always the case, though. Like, sometimes I never get paged. So then what am I doing? Well, I am going to be trying to make on-call better for the next person. I will go and I will take a look at my dashboards, fix those. Maybe there's something that needs to be updating. Maybe we haven't actually aren't tracking a specific metric that we just added, okay? Or I'm going to dig into a particular aspect of our service that maybe I don't have that much familiarity in, and I will, do my full deep dive investigation, and then I will also document it or maybe share some of those learnings back out, okay? Or maybe I should just go and investigate how people are actually using my service, okay? Go out into the world. Ask people, look at what they're doing, try to help them, okay? These are all sorts of things that you can do if you don't have things that are actively paging you. You can be thinking about how to improve automation, monitoring, how that stuff should then inform the team's project roadmap. And it's a really active role. So, make sure that you're engaged talking to your teams and, making sure that you have, awareness around the work that's being done. Okay? But it's also important to really highlight what on-call is not. Because sometimes it's actually easier to define the things that you don't want than the things that you do want. And so when I talk to people about on-call, I make sure that they know that they are not alone. When you are on call, you're not expected to do everything, and it's really important to make sure that you remember that you're part of that team, okay? So, with my team, we have a specified backup that has been identified, and if you don't have that in your on call, that's okay. You're still not alone, okay? You have a team. Use them for help. Ask them questions. Route things to them, okay? Make sure your team knows that if the on-call asks for help, though, they should respond, because their shift is probably coming up next, okay? Specifically, I want to highlight a couple things, though. Like, you are not expected to do every single task that's assigned to you, because you're going to get completely overwhelmed. Maybe those tasks that are getting assigned are actually related to another person's project inside of the team, and like they need to feel the impact of the code that they're pushing to be like, hey, by the way, did you know that this is causing problems? You broke all of these tests, or you're breaking this other thing, or we're suddenly getting a whole bunch of alarms or pages. Send that to the person who's working on it, okay? And you're not expected to handle every single alarm if you can't fix them all. Okay? Again, ask for help. You can always push back on other teams. You can send out those UBNs to someone else. It's not your responsibility to manage everything. And you're also not expected to sacrifice your personal life or your health. The only weight that you are expected to carry around with you is the laptop that's in your bag for the rest of the time you're wandering around. Okay? So, and the rest of the team should also recognize the fact that, like, you aren't going to be the only person that people will be able to interact with. There have been times where, you know, I had that awesome week, and I was up until, 2 in the morning working on a particular incident, and that meant that I told my team that, you know what, I am going to sleep in. And, like, my backup on-call is going to handle that for a couple hours in the morning until I can get back online. Because it's important for me as the on-call to actually be able to perform my tasks with a clear head. It's just going to go better for everyone. So make sure that you recognize what that looks like for you and don't give yourself up. Okay? But like, that's all cool. We like to start with first principles, because if you have those values and those initial principles, then it's actually going to be the things that will really inform how it starts to look in the wild, okay? So we have 3 priorities or values around on-call. One of them is accountability. Of course it is, okay? But we're accountable to our users for our services. We're accountable to the SLAs that we have posted, and also the general goals of my team, okay? Curiosity is another thing that's really important to us. You have to understand the problem first before trying to solve it, okay? And this can shift your approach, especially, sometimes it's really easy to look at someone's post and be like, oh, totally understand what you're trying to do here. Like, I've seen 3 keywords, and now I can make this leap of assumption that you're doing it all wrong. Sometimes it's just not quite that easy, okay? So get curious, lean into it, ask, okay? And you need to respect not just yourself and the workload that's involved in being on call, but also your customers, okay? So I work with a lot of really smart engineers, and it's great. They are very creative, sometimes in the ways that they've chosen to solve problems in very unique and interesting ways, with particular duct tape and baling wire types of solutions to get through something, and I can look at it in horror. But these are people. There is a reason and, a situation that happened that this was the best solution to. And so it's important to make sure that you remember that, especially because you're probably going to be there and doing the same thing to them, or they'd look at your code and go, what? Why? Okay? These are people. It's not just a task. So make sure to treat them with respect. So what does this actually look like? Okay? All right. So accountability. You have to be really conscious about the commitments that your team has made about your service, okay? So that's things like adhering to your posted SLAs and actually being responsible for those. It's also, you know, with being responsible to your SLAs, it includes communicating frequently, often. I like to think about, well, hold on. So it's important that you provide opportunities for others to learn, not just for you to go ahead and try to solve everyone else's problems. A good example for this is, as someone who maintains our configuration management tooling, I sometimes get paged when a person removes a package that is supposed to be installed on every single host in the fleet, and they remove that package from the repos. Suddenly my life gets interesting because I'm getting paged because the entire global chef failures. Crap. Okay, well, so the MySQL team decided that they were going to remove that version of the package that we said was supposed to be deployed across the fleet. I could, as the team responsible for the repos, just restore the package, okay? Just publish it back. That would make the pages stop. Cool. Except I don't know why that package was deleted. I don't have any context for it. Maybe there's a CVE. Maybe there's a serious bug. Maybe we are losing data. That's a problem. How would I know that it was safe? I can't make that assumption, and I'm going to allow the MySQL team the opportunity to make that decision for themselves. So I'm going to page them. I will wake them up, and I will allow them to provide the context and see what things should be, what next steps should be taken. Okay? This allows other people to be responsible and feel the impact of their choices and decisions. Okay? Don't own all of that yourself. Okay? It's really important to make sure that you think about the communication that you have as the on-call, kind of like sending sending packets over the wire. There's a difference between a UDP style handoff or connection, okay? That's like, as an example, someone call 911. Okay? Contrast, a TCP style would be, Josh, you go call 911 and come back here. Okay? It is that I have assigned a thing to a person, the person knows and has made eye contact with me or has acknowledged in the IRC channel or something along those lines. And then once they take that action, they will come back and check in with me. Or if they haven't, I'm going to go find them. And I will follow up on that, whether it's a task, whether it's a page, all of that kind of stuff. Okay? My favorite part, curiosity. Like I said earlier, it's really important to make sure that you understand the problem and then solve it. This usually looks like not just stopping with the easy surface level answer, okay? You want to make sure that you have identified or been able to see yes, there is a fire burning. Life is terrible. We'll be able to resolve that part, but what does it look like to actually maybe prevent that in the future, okay? So going back to my example where the team went and deleted the MySQL package out of the repo, there are a couple options that I have around this. I can just page them and go hey, cool, fix your stuff, stop breaking me, all right, great. But again, my team manages the packaging pipeline, tooling around it, and the repos and so on. So we also wrote the tooling to facilitate them deleting the package from the repo. Maybe there's something that we should take ownership for to say, let's give them signal that this version of the package is actually deployed across the entire fleet, and if they delete it, this could be a problem. Maybe it's still the right thing for them to go ahead and remove it. I don't want to disable that, but I at least want to make sure that I give them visibility into what that impact would look like, okay? So that's still, going one step further than just mitigating. It's getting curious to actually figure out how this could change in a more long-term sustainable way. Because I don't really want this to page another person. the next on-call, me tomorrow with a different team. What options do I have to make this better? You also want to take a look at how your service or how some of your changes are impacting your users. So ask the questions, dig into something, you know, really make sure that you can specifically look at their use cases, okay? And doing that particular last part with the, you know, understanding your users, again, this really requires you to approach it with, you know, them with respect, not just for them as people, but also for their service and what it is that they're telling you about their needs, okay? So one of the things that I like to really make sure that I'm doing is I'm going to ask open-ended questions versus just saying, here's your answer, okay? So a difference here would be asking, actually, instead of asking why, a lot of people coach to say like, hey, do the 5 whys, and you're going to get to that core underlying answer. When you're on call and you're dealing with, you know, maybe it's a crisis or it's, you know, a potential outage and so on, asking why you did something immediately puts people on the defensive. It comes across as being a little more accusatory than partnership, okay? I don't want to create that conflict in that time. We are going to work together against the problem. We don't need to work against each other, okay? This is a blameless culture. I want to make sure that I am not trying to push blame in just my questions that I'm asking, okay? So maybe instead of, why did you delete the package? Or like, why didn't you test this change? It's a, how did you test this? Or like, how do you get signal about where this package is deployed? What was your process around validating this? Okay? How and what are much less antagonistic. Okay? So this is super helpful, but you also need to assume that your users had good intent. Who maliciously wants to get other people paged? It's not usually a thing that I like to do. Like, if I'm getting woken up at 3 a.m., really don't want to have to page other people. I'm going to if it's not, you know, my system, and I can't answer that thing for you. But I'm not, you know, I can't go to the team that deleted the package from the repos and go, you wanted to wake me up. You wanted to make my on-call life terrible. Jerk. No, nobody wants to do that. So when you assume good intent, it kind of changes your perspective a little bit and goes, hold on, something was happening. You did this with all the right reasons. I also make sure that, like, to manage the expectations of my users, they don't always have the context or awareness of what my on-call life is like in that particular moment when they're pinging me to ask me a little one-off question that's really pretty simple about maybe testing their change. But I am in the middle of fighting 3 fires and managing some other crisis that's going on at the same time. It's like, no, I will get back to you, and then I'll say, I am currently dealing with these things, or I will route them to a more appropriate location. Or maybe it's a, thank you so much, and your issue or your crisis, other team is important, but it's not as high a priority for me right now in comparison to, you know, the site outage that's happening, okay? So making sure that they have the context and awareness of when they could expect a response or what your SLAs look like, and the ability to go ahead and understand or get awareness around where they could find those answers and when they could expect that information. Okay. All right, so how the hell do I survive on call? Especially with those types of weeks, which, by the way, are not that typical. The important thing is to make sure that you have prepared yourself, okay? So before my week starts, I go ahead, check in, take a look at my calendar, and I'll go, oh, hold on, do I have any interviews this week? maybe I should move those. Maybe I should find someone who's going to go ahead and cover that for me. Maybe we switched on-calls, or, you know, I'm filling in for someone when that wasn't the case when, you know, the meeting was scheduled or the interview was scheduled and things like that. I want to clear up as much non-essential meetings and tasks and so on before I go on call. I also plan for an emergency, okay? So this isn't like, my goodness, earthquake. No, okay? But what this does look like is, you know, I have a dog. She's lovely, adorable Siberian Husky. And if I'm on call, I cannot necessarily predict the time when I am going to still be in the office at 2 a.m. So I make sure that, first of all, I have dog food for her for the week. Okay? I have phone numbers of people who I could contact to be like, could you let my dog out and take her for a walk because I'm still at the office? And make those preparations and plans ahead of time. Or I do things like, you know, make sure that I have had conversations with my backup to say like, hi, I need to get home to let my dog out. Like, I'm going to be in traffic for 30 minutes. Could you fill in for me in this particular amount of time? All right, cool. Sometimes, you know, I'll be paged early in the morning, and I don't normally have a whole lot of breakfast food laying around my apartment because, again, night owl. But if I am paged early and I have to actually continue working from home for a little while, I like to make sure I have some snacks laying around so I can actually take care of those biological functions and, you know, make sure that I have enough sugar to go ahead and think rationally. So it's just basic things like that, okay? Don't try to solve all, or put yourself in a situation where you also have additional personal responsibilities that maybe, you know, could have been addressed before, or might actually impact your ability to perform your on-call tasks. So just think ahead a little bit. Sometimes I will hire someone to come in and be like, hi, can you just clean my apartment for a second? Like, just give it a once-over or something, because, like, I'm not going to be able to think through this. You know, make sure I have enough clean shirts for the week, that kind of stuff. I also like to take a moment and evaluate my tools, okay? And by tools, I mean my phone, okay? Is there a pending software update for that? Do I want to do that before I go on call, okay? Do I want to change my phone before I go on call? Generally speaking, no. But this could also be things like, I don't know, upgrade the kernel version on your dev server. That's not a thing I want to discover actually has some problems when I'm in the middle of trying to solve a problem. Maybe it's stuff like the CLI that your team uses for on-call. Okay, all right, well, hold on, are there significant changes to this? Well, maybe we do want to update because there's a new service that has been added to our list of things that we're handling and are now responsible for. And if I don't upgrade that stuff, like, I'm not actually going to have visibility into the things that I'm going to need during on-call. So check in. I also actually test page myself to make sure that I'm going to wake up. Check my phone settings, do that kind of basic stuff, like, is this really going to break through all of my do not disturb stuff to wake me up so that my backup doesn't get paged because I'm still asleep, okay? It's also really important to check in regularly with your backup if you have one. Sometimes, you know, if you don't have a backup, this could look like providing an update to your team at your stand-up about what's paged you. Figuring out what those communications back to the team look like. And giving them insight and awareness because, again, their shift is going to be coming up in the future. And having the context and sharing the context around what you have encountered is going to help find patterns that need to be solved. It might be a low volume of noise. We had a thing that was paging us all like maybe once or twice. And then it got to a point where it wasn't actually paging us, but we always got tasks about it. But then they would somehow magically close, okay? But this is just like a low volume of noise, just enough, okay? Super annoying, really annoying. because we were sharing that information in our regular stand-up, and because we were actually tracking that information, we were able to identify that pattern and then go ahead and say, this is worthy of digging into when we have a moment when we're on call to actually get this underlying core problem addressed and fixed. And thankfully, it doesn't really page us that much anymore. Okay? So that's kind of how, you know, you can leverage your backup, make sure that they're aware of what circumstances are, what's happening in your world, and some of the issues that you've encountered. So that's kind of how we approach on-call within my team. But kind of want to open it up now and see what questions I can answer for you. Go ahead. So the question was, you know, what types of incidents and what common threads do we have around issues and incidents that we encounter during our on-call shift? And it's pretty diverse. So it can be anything from, you know, the simple, we have a bad setting in some low-level cookbook. You know, we're rolling out a new minor version of some packages, and you know that's actually causing a breakage because there's a dependency that is in conflict. That can happen. Other than that, it's a what crazy flavor of combinations of hardware and software and kernel and whatever. Like all of those things together can suddenly result in provisioning new machines going very poorly for us. So it can really be just across the gamut. I don't know that I would have a particular example or a common thread, usually because we try to find those things and then solve the things that we can actually identify as traditional patterns and prevent them from happening again. Other questions? Yeah, so the question is, during my on-call shift, does my traditional role stop? And, you know, I only do on-call stuff. And the answer is yes. Okay? So when we're planning time and looking at like our team's roadmap, we think about you're going to be able to spend about 50% of your time doing actual roadmap project work. Okay? 25% of your time is going to be doing on-call related things, and like that on-call related things might be your traditional week of on-call. I usually have some cleanup that I'm going to continue doing and that I will own into the next week, or for like something that I'm just not going to hand off because maybe it's my particular area of expertise or related to a project that I'm doing, something along those lines, and so I will go ahead and close that loop just during the early parts of the next week. I try to hand off as much as I can where it makes sense to the next on-call, but there are some things that I want to make sure that I do diligence on to actually wrap up. But then that remaining 25% would be the other ad hoc stuff that I can't predict. Okay? So that's how we think about allocating our time. And so that's really where like we don't work on project work during that week. And that's, if I'm bored, I am going to go and seek out other things. I will rescue a kitten from a tree kind of thing. Like get out there, do something else. Get your head out of your project, because when you get your head out of your project, you're more likely to actually discover something that might influence your project. Okay? And making sure that you have that insight and awareness around the scope of work of what your team is responsible for and the services and the impact of those services is really helpful. So, okay, you had a second question?
Second question is, how are you dealing with less than helpful on-call people? We have a similar setup where there's a primary and a backup. We have one primary who forgets his phone a lot,
Yes. So the question is, how do you work with people who are maybe not quite as responsive or don't necessarily take the on-call role with the same type of responsibility and ownership? And the answer is, we give them a lot of feedback. And the way things work within my team is that when we're paged, we have a particular place where we post, like, I got paged for X, okay? If you're the backup on call and you get paged for X, you still post there. And so the rest of the team can see that, like, wait, you're the backup. Why did you get paged for this? And, like, in that common thread is usually where you will see the on-call show up and go, oh, I'm sorry, like, you didn't realize that my phone, or so on and so on. Or whatever extenuating circumstance, maybe the on-call was actually dealing with another sub or something like that. Like, okay, sure. So we make sure that this stuff is pretty visible, and that visibility extends to the rest of the members of the team, and we definitely provide that feedback around, like, hey, you're making my life suck, and please don't do that, because it's rude and not super respectful of the rest of the team. So we use that a lot. If we're dealing with other on-calls that maybe aren't as responsive, that's usually where we will also just provide that feedback to them. And again, presuming good intent, going like, I don't think this is what you want to do, but I want you to understand the impact of your decisions and your behaviors here. So give them the opportunity to learn. Yeah.
How do you train junior?
Okay, so the question is, how do you train junior engineers for on-call? Well, I can tell you about how I was trained. What happened, so when I first joined the operating systems team, I actually spent 4 weeks on call, which is kind of terrifying when it is your 3rd week at the company and you start this. But what that actually looked like in practice was my tech lead was on call, the primary on call, and I shadowed him. So I just sat right next to him and was like, oh, okay, so hold on. What does it look like that you're doing? He's in IRC, or he's using this particular CLI to get in and debug these things. And so I was able to watch the behaviors. And then the next week, during business hours, I was the primary on-call, and he shadowed me. Okay, so he dropped all of his meetings and that kind of stuff to make sure that he was around to be my lifeline. So this is much more active than a normal backup would be. And I could fall back to him very easily and go, I don't know what to do. How do I answer this? That kind of thing. And that was, again, during normal business hours, like when we were in the office. I was not handling the overnight load at the time. Then the 3rd week was when I got to do the overnight shift. But he also would get paged along with me, so he had visibility and would immediately log online to make sure that, to validate some of the things that I was doing, to answer questions and be available. I actually had a SEV on my 3rd week of on-call. I'm really good at finding really strange things and have the stuff that hasn't happened in 10 years show up during my on-call shift. I tell people I provide latent bug discovery as a service. And so I had to go and sit in SEV review my 3rd week of on-call, my 6th week at the company. I was like, I don't know what this is going to go like. And it was great. He was actually, there to help me understand how to write those SEV reports, how to participate in SEV review, how to prepare myself for that. And so, this was actually a really valuable experience for me. So that 4th week, that's when it was mine. But again, I had already learned a lot of these things to see, where do I find this documentation for our alarms? Where do I, what types of tools do I have to help point me in the direction of figuring out where something might be wrong or where those failures are, so on. So, yeah, by the 4th week, I was like, sign me up. All right, cool.
I'm curious, just for
The question is, whether or not this is my first experience with Oncall, and if it is, like how it's differed from other roles, and so on. The answer is, this is not my first time being on call. I've been at other companies before Facebook, and I think there's a couple things that really change with this particular model, and one of them is the fundamental assumption that we trust each other. And that default mode of trusting the other engineers is not always a culture that exists in other organizations. And like that trust can manifest in a bunch of different ways. Like me looking at the code and going, I trust that there was a good reason that you have a bash script that is then executing this Python, and you have wrapped all of this in Ruby, and we're doing it every 15 minutes. What happened that this was the best solution? But I trust that there was one. I trust that this isn't a thing that someone decided to do because they actually wanted to consume a whole bunch more resources on that machine, okay? Or for fun, to see what would happen and if we would catch it. That particular mindset and how it looks as you get into like the blameless postmortems and so on really does change a lot of how we approach on-call. So, yeah. I think you had a question. So the question is around whether or not we do some additional training and different types of scenarios to trial on-call responsibilities, or make you feel more comfortable. Yeah. So there are some types of scenarios that we can do, and some basic introductions that we will give new team members to just kind of give them a lay of the land around the tooling and, again, just the high-level services that we offer. Now, this is in addition to the general Facebook onboarding programs and our bootcamp process that trains people and gives them search words to use as you try and look through the various documentations from the different teams. But that first week where you are shadowing someone else, that really is kind of the opportunity where, depending on what the crisis might be, the person who is the primary on-call is likely going to be going, okay, so this is what I'm doing, here's why don't you try it here? What does this look like? What answers are you getting? If this was healthy, it might look like this. Or here are some search words, or here's some additional context, or, why don't we try, like, if that particular week is really boring, we can also go like, hey, so we're going to turn this thing off. These alarms are going to sound, and this is how we're going to fix it, okay? Those are the types of things that we, can do and help prepare the new people who are coming onto our team for their actual first on-call experience. So we try to provide as much of that as you can. It's difficult when you have the diversity of problems to be like, oh my goodness, okay, so like let's dig into all of the ways that you would need to navigate the run books. Like, I don't know what crazy way we're going to break today. We'll find a new one, I'm sure. So. Go ahead. So the question is, how many weeks per month I'm the primary on-call? So I have a team of 8, so I'm on call once every 8 weeks. So Sometimes this shifts a little bit with people's out-of-office schedules, travel schedules, things along those lines. But in general, it's once every 8 weeks. And, you know, that's reasonable for my team. You know, given our workload, this means that, you know, I have that 1 week of on-call. I'm going to have another, you know, couple days where I'm cleaning things up, and then that gets me back into the project work. And I have some long periods where I can still focus on that project work and so on. Any other questions? All right. Oh, go ahead.
Given that it's an international company, why is the decision not to send off the on-call?
The question is, given the fact that we are an international company and we have offices around the globe, why not do around the sun on-call scheduling? So there are a bunch of different reasons for this. One of them is this actually forces my team to think about the services that people are consuming and go, okay, when we're designing these things, how do we help them get the information that they need without us being involved? How do we give them signal about whether something's going to break? How do we make sure that we've written our APIs in a way that they don't need us to do that change? How can we, you know, make sure that we have all of the options provided in our API so they can pass in values to that for whatever crisis that, you know, may be happening? And really and truly, these are things that we are responsible for. And we don't have a need to really expand our team to, you know, a whole nother office, because like if we had another 2 people somewhere else, you know, they're gonna feel, you know, maybe a little orphaned, or they're not gonna have quite the same experience of, or especially, you know, going to lunch together and things like that. Like it's a big significant commitment to spin up a separate office and really make sure that you have the sustainability and shared culture and context versus a co-located one. There are places where that makes sense, and there are teams that do that very successfully within Facebook. But for our team and the scope of work that we have, it's really important for us to actually be paged and feel the pain of, you know, when our tooling breaks or what that experience is for our customers. So, oh, go ahead. The question is, how do we decide who has to take the on-call for the various holidays? We get in a room and we'll hash it out. We generally, you know, I mean, it's kind of an equitable division of things. Like I took Christmas this year because happened to work, and the other people who are also on my team have taken various other holidays. So it's just like, oh no, I'm available, I'm free. Like, okay, I'll do it. It's funny, the holidays usually aren't as busy as, like, you know, the couple weeks for performance reviews. So it's amazing how much code gets pushed right before that. But yeah, so. Oh. Yeah, absolutely. I will probably post them to SlideShare. I'll tweet them out too. So, oh, that's a good question. Yeah, Facebook is Naomi Reeves. Oh yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, you're welcome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the question is, like, how do you handle an on-call that might be smaller than, you know, or might be 2 or 3 people? So the answer is that depends. Our on-call shift is a week because my team decided that that's what worked for us. There are other teams that decide that they want to do 3 days for their shift. For us, that's not enough time to actually start seeing the patterns that can exist from some of the rollouts that we, you know, our rollouts usually start small and then escalate. So that small little bit of noise will suddenly manifest into something that will be very, very painful. 3 days for us wasn't enough to actually get that signal, and to find those underlying causes in a way that was actually going to result in actionable resolutions. For a team that is smaller than us, it depends on how active their on-call is, and it really depends on what the workload looks like for the team. So it's up to them to make the decisions around how to handle it. Yeah, it's team by team, case by case. It's not something that's mandated down, and I think that's really important to know about, especially the Facebook culture, is that like they trust the teams to be able to make the decisions that are, you know, at least aware and cognizant of their customers and the service, but then also what works for the health of the team, too. So, all right. With that, I think we're out of time. So, thank you so much.
Maybe not all the way down here. Okay. Check, check. How are we doing? Am I coming through in the back? Is there anyone named Mike in the room? This concludes the mic check. Haha. All right, let's rock and roll. So, welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for sticking out to the last session of the conference. I really appreciate it. So, before I start, a couple of things. Going to be talking about continuous learning for developers. Going to be discussing things that you can do to improve your learning experience, improve your skills. But I'm not going to be talking a lot about educational theory or learning philosophy. I'm trying to stick strictly to the practical, things that you can do, things that you can apply in your everyday. Having said that, if anything I just said or anything I say during this talk isn't what you expected or isn't really working out for you, I encourage you to take advantage of what's called the law of mobility. There are a lot of other sessions going on at this time. Feel free to, go look for something that works better for you. I won't mind. Although, foreshadowing, I'm going to come back to this concept at the end of the talk if you do stick it out. So, here we go. Has anybody seen this quote before? Learn at least one new language every year. Yeah, it's from The Pragmatic Programmer, an excellent book, and full disclosure, I used to work for this publisher. So when Andy and Dave wrote that, they meant it to be a goal. If you look in the book for where this quote appears, you'll find the heading says goals. But folks took it as engineers are wont to do and took it literally and decided, oh, I have to learn a new language every 365 days or I lose my developer card. But really, it's just meant to emphasize the fact that our industry is continually changing. There are continually new things we have to learn, new languages, new frameworks, new tools, new distribution methods. If I'd been giving this talk, a couple of years ago, we wouldn't be talking about Kubernetes. Who'd heard of Kubernetes 2 years ago? And now that's what half a dozen talks at this conference were about. So what I encourage you to do, what this talk is about, is how you can maximize your potential for learning. We understand that we have to do this, that we have to continually do this, but people don't have a plan. They think, okay, I'll get a book, I'll leave it in my office, maybe I'll read it every now and again. Well, if I were engaging in a fitness program and I said, I'm going to buy some weights and I'll leave them in my office and every once in a while I'll pick them up, I probably wouldn't get the results I'm looking for. And if you do that with a technical book, you're not going to get the results that you're looking for. What I encourage you to do is think of this as an investment. It's an investment in yourself. If you have a good learning program, you'll be more effective at work, you'll help your team, and let's be blunt about it, you'll increase your earning potential. So, how is it that we can make this the most effective? It would be great if our employers gave us time and resources with which to continue our learning. My employer, DigitalOcean, does. And if yours does, that's fantastic, but a lot don't. So that's what we're going to be talking about here. Ways to maximize that time that you're having to take on your own with your own resources to invest in yourself. So I'm giving away the big secret at the top of the talk. The key is engagement. I don't mean engagement like that. I just couldn't resist the joke. I mean engagement like this. So what's engagement? Engagement is what happens when your motivation to learn meshes with the content that you're trying to learn from, combined with the environment that you're learning in, to maximize your learning opportunity. Now, all of that sounds a little bit fancy, so let me put it another way. Who's ever been in the zone while doing sports or something? Yeah, okay. Has anybody been in the zone while coding? Okay, a little more, that's good. You can be in the zone while learning. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the concept, when you're in the zone, you're in a heightened state where things that would normally seem hard are easier, things that would seem easy are automatic, and things that would get in your way don't seem to be as much of a problem. You can do that while learning, and that's the goal. You want to have a learning experience where things come more easily to you. But the reason most of us aren't familiar with being in the zone while we're learning is because we allow blockers to get in the way. Things that we don't even think about that prevent us from having the optimal experience. So I'm going to be talking about that and how to get rid of them. Let's start with the easy stuff, the stuff that's more under your control, the blockers that we can get out of the way easily. Start with your own physical form. When you're learning, try not to be too hungry. Try not to be too full. Try not to be too tired. Try not to be in physical pain. I know I'm saying pretty obvious things, right? If I just broke my arm, I'm not going to sit down with a Python book. But think about this. How many times when you were in school, high school or college, did you sit down to do some homework with a splitting headache and you powered right through it because, that's what I ought to do? What if instead you'd taken a couple of aspirin, laid down for an hour, then come back to it? That's what I'm talking about with these blockers. People think that the blockers aren't under their control, but they might be more than you think. So moving on from the internal stuff, external things to consider. How much sound is around you? Now, speaking for myself, I like to study in perfect silence. I blame my parents and their homework rules. Our developer here looks like she prefers some ambient noise of humans around. Maybe white noise, maybe music. These could be things that work for you. Think about the light level. How often do you think about, how much light do I get? I like natural light for learning, but you can do fluorescence or LEDs depending on what you prefer. Think about your location. And by that I mean, where am I doing it, but also what physically am I doing? In other words, if I'm reading a book, I'm probably going to be sitting in a different chair than if I'm watching a video. Also think about having everything you need ready before you sit down to learn. If you've got that great chair that you want to read a book in, and you come across some practice exercises and you want to do them, you have to get up, go in the next room, boot your machine, then it needs a system update, and the next thing you know, you're out of the zone. So get that stuff ready beforehand. Put yourself in an optimal location to learn. And then the most important of the externals is time. I don't know about you all, but I used to have a train commute years ago, and I would see people trying to read textbooks while on the train between stations. And not only is that, a problem in terms of the various other externals, but it's not enough time. Maybe commutes out here are better, the trains are nicer, I don't know. So allow yourself enough time to get into the zone, because any athlete will tell you it's not instantaneous. And then allow yourself to have some time at that optimal level in order to do the learning. So that means you're going to have to carve out this time for yourself. Find the best time of day to do it. Do you work best in the morning? Do you work best in the evening? Lunch hour? But give yourself time to do the work. Now, I suspect a lot of you are thinking, okay, that's a really nice list of things that he just said we could control, but I don't live in an ideal world. Maybe you've got kids, maybe you've elderly parent, maybe there's a lot of people who live in your house, and you've just got some things that aren't in your control. And that's fine. I understand we're all human and we have things that we need to do. But consider that each one of these little blockers is a trade-off. Each time you accept a blocker as something that's outside of your control, you're sacrificing a little bit of learning efficiency, and that's going to affect that investment that you're making in yourself. So maybe you can't control all of them, but maybe you can control some. Maybe you can control the noise level in the house, or maybe early in the morning isn't exactly when you want to be, but it's the time that you'll be undisturbed. So keep that in mind. All right, talked about physical stuff. The most important thing outside of that is your mental attitude towards what you're learning. If you're curious about what you want to learn, if you're interested in what you want to learn, you're halfway to engaged already. But what happens if it's not? What if it's, I've heard about Python, I'm not really sure if I'd like it or not, I think I'd like to give it a try. How do you motivate yourself towards learning that? Well, have a goal. Not necessarily that kind of goal. But thinking in management terms here, the terms that you've probably used to define a goal is discrete and a goal is measurable. And by that, I don't mean that you have to give yourself a grade, but let me give you an example. If I say, I want to learn Python, well, that's kind of a goal, but it's not measurable. How do I know when I've learned enough Python? How much is enough? I don't know if you've looked at Python books lately, but there's an awful lot of them, and some of them are gigantic. Do I need to get through that entire book? Does that mean I've learned Python? What if instead I had a goal like, for example, I want to build myself an app that uses a machine learning algorithm written in Python to take as input my music collection and output the names of other artists I might enjoy. This is a measurable goal. I know when I've done it or not. I can break this down into smaller steps. So I'm going to need to learn some about machine learning algorithms. I'm probably going to need to learn about the statistics packages that go with Python. I'll need to learn about NumPy. I'll need to know about scikit-learn. Following it further back, then I'll need to know about control flow, and I'll need to know about the basics of Python. It'll depend on where I'm starting. So you break that down, and with each little step you take forward, you get a little hit of dopamine, and that helps you move towards your goal and keep you motivated. Important point here. Reaching the goal is not the most important thing. I'm kind of a board game fan. There's a famous board game designer called Rainier Knizia. He has a quote, "When playing a game, the goal is to win, but it's the goal that's important, not the winning." So if I'm working with my machine learning algorithm and I get, 80, 90% of the way there and I get stuck and I realize, you know what, this goal was a little bit too ambitious. I didn't know that when I started out. I was starting from ignorance. If you get 90% of the way there, that looks pretty good to me. You've learned some Python. That was what you wanted to do. If you even get 10% of the way there, that's more than where you started from. So that's progress. Having the goal, having something to move towards, is what's going to help you with that motivation. Now, sidebar, what happens when the goal isn't your decision? In other words, when somebody above you in the chain says, this is what you're going to do. So example here. Management shows up and says, hey, we're going to be converting the website from JavaScript to TypeScript. You all need to learn TypeScript. You have 3 months. Maybe you've never heard of TypeScript. Maybe you're not particularly interested in TypeScript. How can you create that curiosity, that motivation in that sort of a situation? Well, odds are, hopefully, the decision from management was not made arbitrarily. So you can go ask, what's the reason here? All right, the reason is, the site's getting bigger, we're being more successful, and we've heard that TypeScript is more maintainable than JavaScript, so that's what we want to do. Okay, maybe you don't agree with that, but that's still a motivation. Now you've got something to work from. If you go to management at that point and go, no, TypeScript, no. Well, that's not a very convincing argument to management. But if you go through the learning process, get some knowledge under your belt, and then you can go to management and say, hey, I've learned this, I have a certificate, I've done these courses, and I think that TypeScript is really not going to work for this situation because of X, Y, and Z. Okay, that's a more convincing argument. So you've motivated yourself with the desire to make that argument. And if all else fails, try and keep an open mind. Somebody somewhere had a reason for requesting that you learn this. All right. I'm going to take a sip and we'll move on. I want to talk a bit about learning styles. Has anybody heard of learning styles before? Not many. All right. That's fine. Quick crash course here. This is as much into educational theory as I'm ever going to get. The idea behind learning styles is, you've probably heard somebody say, I'm a visual learner. And the idea was that each person, each student, has a particular style that works for them. And if you, the instructor, could provide that information in that manner, then all of the barriers fall away and they'll just get it immediately. Well, spoiler alert, there's not a lot of empirical evidence that this works, but there's still reason to learn about them, and I'll come to that in a second. Now, how many learning styles are there and what are there? Of course, there's as many as there were academics who wrote papers. Some people said there were as many as 70. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick to 4, abbreviated VARK, which I will go through and explain to you how they apply to tech, because it's not always obvious. The first style is the visual. Visual style refers to the information and its relation to other data in space, relative size, relative location, connection between them. It's actually fairly easy to see how this applies to tech because, I put a flow chart here, if anyone's old enough to remember that. Or if anybody's old enough to remember UML, that was an attempt to, thank you, that was an attempt to model oriented programming in a visual manner. You also find it on the systems side, right? Network diagrams, architectural diagrams. If you're laying out where are my microservices, where do they relate to each other, what APIs do they sit behind, that's all visual data. Charts, graphs, diagrams, this is all the visual style of learning. The next style is the auditory style, which is what you're all doing right now. You're listening to me, hopefully. But the part of the auditory style that I want you to consider is the speaking style. Has anybody heard of rubber duck debugging? Yeah, more than I usually get. Okay. The idea behind rubber duck debugging is if you're having a problem, a coding problem or a networking problem, you go grab a coworker and you say, look, just listen to me think out loud so I can think through this. When you do that act of thinking out loud, you're engaging a different part of your brain, and two things happen. One, you have to slow down in order to explain it. And two, you have to synthesize the problem. Instead of being a big blob of information labeled problem, you've got a specific set of points that you're having a problem with, and you discover that when you explain it to somebody else. This is where the rubber duck comes in. You don't actually need your coworker to be doing anything. He could be a rubber duck instead. And if you replace him with one, then your coworker can go back to doing some actual work. But it's that action of thinking out loud, of synthesizing the problem that's important in the auditory style. So the next one up is reading, writing style. This seems pretty obvious. Textbooks, you read them. But I would also encourage you to think about the writing part of this style. I see some folks taking notes here, which is fantastic. Thank you for the demo. When you're writing something down and taking notes, you're doing the same thing that you are when you're speaking out loud. You're engaging yet another part of your brain. You're synthesizing the information. You're writing down what's important to you. You're putting it in your own words. I assume that the folks taking notes here are not writing down every word I say verbatim. If you are, I apologize for the jokes. But what that does is it helps you pull out the critical information so that you can retain it. It doesn't even matter if you never read the notes again. The act of adding something physical to the information, the act of writing, plus that synthesis helps you retain better. I take notes a lot. I take notes furiously, actually. I don't always go back and read them because the act of taking the notes aids in my recall. The last style is what they call the kinesthetic style, and it's most often expressed as muscle memory. How does this apply to tech? Folks are probably familiar with the kinesthetic style, sports, dance, the martial arts here. When I learned martial arts several years ago, if I wanted to learn a new kick, I couldn't just watch somebody do it and then do it myself. My wife could. She had that gift. I didn't. I would have to watch somebody do it, try it out, get it wrong, get corrected, get it wrong a little more, get corrected again. Trial and error. And that trial and error, followed by lots and lots of practice, is how I would learn these physical movements. What you want is to reach a point where, if you're in a sparring situation, and you think, I want to throw a kick, you don't think, okay, now which kick, and how do I do that, and what exactly do I... You can't do that in a sparring situation. You have to think, kick, and throw one. If it's cemented, if it's part of your muscle memory, then it's going to be automatic. Do I want you to be able to do that with code or with networking? Yeah, I do, but not in the way that you might think. It doesn't mean you have to memorize every little bit of syntax or every little command, because that's what references are for. But I want you to be able to see the patterns so that when you come across a coding pattern, you can go, oh, I've seen this, I know what to do, because I've practiced. It comes automatically. You run into a networking situation, you can go, I've seen this, I know what to do. Or, more likely, I've seen something like this. Let me try the solution to that and see if it works. So a couple of minutes ago, I said that the learning styles didn't really have a whole lot of empirical background behind them. In other words, if you take somebody who says they're a visual learner and you give them visual material, they don't do any better on a test than a visual learner who was forced to learn from a textbook. It's about the same. So why am I even talking about it? Because it's a preference. You don't necessarily have a learning style, you have a learning preference. And if that's the case, why would you learn from something that's against your preference? That's putting a blocker in place. If you know you don't learn well from textbooks, don't use a textbook. Seems obvious, but the societal pressure on us that there's one way to learn and this is the way it's done prevents people from seeing this blocker, or prevents people from seeing a style as a blocker. Now, with that said, and I've just given you the freedom to make whatever choice you like, I'm going to get didactic about one thing. Old joke, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. Practice, repeated practice, good practice is where the learning happens. It's what reinforces it. So in other words, I'm saying use whatever style appeals to you, but you can't skip the kinesthetic style. You can't lose the practice. All right. So that was as close to theory as I'm going to get. Let's talk about the actual tools that you would use to do this learning. If I were giving this talk 20 years ago, I'd be saying, okay, go get yourself a good textbook and have fun with that. But fortunately, we live in the 21st century. There are new delivery methods for instructional materials, and they map pretty nicely to the various styles, which is why I'm going to talk about them and see how they work for you. I spent about 25 years in book publishing before I joined DigitalOcean, so we're starting with books because I'm a book guy. Books are pretty obvious how you use them. They engage the reading-writing style. They're probably going to engage with the visual style as well. I just finished editing a book on data structures and algorithms, and I can assure you that if you're trying to explain how to do a depth-first search on a binary tree, you're going to want to draw a picture of that. That one's tricky to explain in words. And the kinesthetic, the practice, that can be in there too. The most obvious is when you've got a textbook with practice questions at the end of every chapter and answers in the back. Not all books have those, but they do have some kinesthetic value. Oftentimes, if the book is written well, there'll be an example in the chapter that you can follow through. And I would encourage you to do that. Just because it doesn't say stop and practice doesn't mean you shouldn't. Follow through with that example. Do it once to see if you can get the exact same results the author did. Do it again and make some modifications. See how it fits into your particular problem or whatever you're trying to solve. So kinesthetic ought to be there, and you can usually find it if you look. So there's a handful of slides in here that people tend to like to take pictures of. This is one of them. So this is a list of where can I get these. In other words, it's a list of publishers. The folks at the top, your Pragmatic or Riley No Starch, they tend to be by developers for developers type of publisher. They focus on the practical, they focus on solving problems, getting things done, less on the theory. The folks towards the bottom of the list, Addison Wesley and Prentice Hall, they're textbook publishers. So the content tends to be a little bit more theoretical, a little bit more abstract. And conversely, though, they're the ones that are more likely to have the practice exercises in each chapter, because it's part of our traditional learning methodology. I want to take a little bit of a sidebar here and mention online tutorials, like the ones produced by my employer. They're text, generally, found online, usually free, so you engage with them in the same way that you would engage with a book. They tend to be shorter. They tend to have nice walkthroughs that you can follow through, so the kinesthetic is engaged. However, there's a big buyer beware when it comes to online tutorials. They're free, and you don't necessarily know where they came from. The ones from DigitalOcean, bragging on my employer for a second, have all been vetted and tested before we published them. So we know that they worked at least on the day we published them. Some other sources that you get, You don't know where they came from. They might have been posted online without a whole lot of testing. So I encourage you to read the comments, believe it or not. If there's comments at the bottom of a tutorial that say, this didn't work for me, I kept getting these errors, then maybe a little buyer beware. If there are comments that say, yeah, fantastic, this is great, then good. The comments can also tell you when tutorials go out of date, because they tend to. So, end of sidebar. So talking about video. Video is something that has been improving within the last 10 or 15 years. We were all of us in the industry of education were told the older generations, they like books, but millennials and under, they like video. They're not going to read your book. And it turns out that was a bit of a lie, because it was told to us by folks who produce video. Go figure. Two types of video that you're going to commonly see. The first one is called studio video. It's an instructor in a studio talking to a camera. They'll probably have a whiteboard. They might have props. They may even have some students to simulate the learning experience, and will occasionally cut away to their terminal or their IDE so you can see what they're doing. That type is a little bit more expensive to produce, and so it costs you a little more as a consumer. The type that is becoming much more common these days is called a screencast. You don't see the instructor. You'll primarily just see their IDE or their terminal window. They're recording what's on their screen with a voiceover. Maybe they'll do a little talking head down in the corner if they're being fancy. These are much easier to create because the instructor can just create them at home, recording them on their own machine. Now, either of these two is going to engage the audio style because you're listening to the instructor talking. Visual style, yes, on the studio videos, a little bit less on the screencast because you're essentially just watching what's on somebody's screen, like you were watching over their shoulder. Kinesthetic, much the same as books. You'll have that practice opportunity. Some of the videos will stop after each learning unit and give you some practice problems. Other ones will allow you to follow along with an example that the instructor is giving. The screencasts are especially good with this. If you're choosing to follow along, because you're probably watching it on your monitor, you can have the video up in one window and your own terminal window up next to it and just follow along with. So the opportunity is there again, but you have to still go out and get it. Here's a list of some video producers. These folks at the top tend to have a lot more content in a broader range of topics. Folks down at the bottom tend to be a little bit more specialized, as you might guess. Front-end Masters specializes in front-end development topics. Also, a lot of the folks from the last list slide are also making videos now, because the book publishers all woke up one morning and found out that these guys were eating their lunch, so they decided to make some videos. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily good or bad. These folks focus on video, so they're pretty good at it. But the book publishers, they're also pretty good at conveying information. So don't discount their videos just because they're primarily a book publisher. Yes. Code Academy, right. Oh, did I spell it wrong? I'll check that. I'd be willing to bet that they both work. So. Okay, thank you. Good. Yes. So the next format I want to talk about is so new it doesn't really have a given name. I call it interactives. The key thing about the interactive is that it front loads the practice process. It makes it central to the learning experience. Let me show you what this looks like. I'm not going to do a live demo. This is just a screenshot. This is a screenshot of an interactive module from a company called Kata Coda. They were recently acquired by O'Reilly, so they're part of the O'Reilly Learning Network now. And the way this works is the content here on the left will be some text or some video, and it's the type of content that you would normally see in another format. But the whole big screen on the right there is a sandbox where you try it out, in this case Python. So you type your Python code, it's evaluated in real time, and you can see what you're doing right or what you're doing wrong. Depending on the producer of the content, there might be some particular exercises that are set up. They might give you some code with blanks in it and you fill it in, or it might be a true sandbox where they just ask you to solve something and you do it in the sandbox window. If anybody was here on Thursday, one of the Kubernetes workshops used a Katacoda container to demonstrate Kubernetes. So you can do this with systems content as well. Okay. The key point of the interactive, though, is that the practice, as I said, is central. You don't skip over it. So these are some folks that make the interactive content. Some of them also make video content, so you might have to go looking through their site to find what you're looking for. I have to change this slide every time I give this talk because these companies spring up and they go away and they get bought. So this is still a very volatile area. And the other big thing I want to point out about interactives is they're pretty new. So depending on the topic you're looking for, you may or may not find an interactive to learn from. If you want to learn Python, if you want to learn JavaScript, that'll be pretty easy. If you're a big fan of Elixir or Lua and you want to learn that stuff, not yet. Hopefully soon. Then the last type that I want to talk about is formal training. And this can be anything from the workshops that were done earlier this week to taking an actual university class to hiring a consultant to come to your company and give some specialized instruction to your team. And it's basically what you're doing right now. It engages the audio style. It engages the reading-writing style depending on the length. In an hour talk like this, I'm not going to have supplementary material. But if you're at a university class length, yeah, there's going to be a textbook. If you're taking a 3-day workshop, they've probably got some papers for you to read and some practice to do. So the kinesthetic should be there depending on the instructor. But it does tend to be built into the format. The idea that every so often you're going to stop, you're going to practice, and then maybe we'll talk about it, or assistant instructors will help you with it if you're having difficulty. Now, I don't have a big list for where you get instructors from. There's some, but that's because a lot of this is geographically limited. So if you want to take a university course, find a university that's near you. If you want to find a consultant, that's probably something that's going to be geographically limited to near you. You can bring in a consultant from farther away, that's going to be expensive. One thing that tends to come up at this point, though, people ask about distance learning. So you have the instructor in Australia and you're in New York watching through the magic of the internet, which is fantastic and helps with that geo-limiting problem if it goes both ways. If you have the opportunity from New York to ask some questions or to get some feedback on your practice, then yeah, distance learning is working the way it would if you were face-to-face. Oftentimes, though, you'll find that the person in Australia is just giving a lecture and you have no way of asking questions or giving feedback. At that point, it's just a video that you happen to be watching in real time. Nothing wrong with that, just don't mistake it for instruction. Okay. I've gone through the formats. I've explained how the formats map to the various styles. Some other things to consider when it comes down to actually choosing, and this gets a little bit practical. The first one is the pacing. And by pacing, I don't just mean how fast does the material go. I mean how much do you as the consumer have control over the pace? In other words, can I go forward? Can I go forward faster and skip over things? I've heard that some people like to watch videos at 1.5 times. Hello to anyone doing that? How easy is it to go back? If you've got a book, it's fairly simple to say, okay, I remember that thing I read yesterday, let me go look for it. So I've made a very advanced chart mapping this out. With books and with video, you have a lot of control. Books have a very comfortable user experience. It's been around for 500 years. We know how to skip forward and back in a book. Video is getting there. It's easy to go forward. Going back should be fairly easy, but actually pinpointing the spot where the information you want, a little bit harder with the video. Interactives I've put in the middle here because a lot of them, the pacing depends on you doing the exercises. You won't be able to advance to the next exercise until you finish the current one. And some of them won't necessarily let you go back. So the pacing is less under your control. In the case of training, The pacing is entirely up to the instructor. Now, a good instructor can read the room and speed up, slow down, repeat things if they want to, but it's still not under the consumer's control. It's entirely out of your hands. Practice. You may get the impression that I think practice is important. I've been mentioning this. How much opportunity do you have to practice? But furthermore, how much choice do you have over whether or not you do it? So I've already said, interactives make the practice central to the learning experience. You don't get to move forward until you've actually done it. Training and classroom instruction, again, generally will have time for practice. It could be formal homework, or it could be, hey, let's stop and try this out. But that does tend to be baked in. So video and books, like I've already mentioned, the opportunity to practice is there, but you have to take that on yourself. It's pretty easy when you're reading a book to just get to the end of the chapter and be excited about going to the next one, so you skip the practice problems. Or you're reading along with the examples that I mentioned that are contained in the chapter, and you're just kind of nodding along, yeah, I get it, I get it, I get it. If you want the practice to be effective, you have to take it on yourself to do it. Okay. Feedback is the thing that goes along with practice. You can practice all day long, but if you're practicing wrong, you're learning the wrong thing. You may know you're doing it wrong, or you may be getting an answer and not know whether it's right or wrong at all. So when it comes to feedback, in-person training excels. Not every instructor is going to have the opportunity for feedback, but it should be pretty simple with an instructor to say, I was doing this practice, now I'm lost, I don't quite get what I'm supposed to be doing. Hopefully an instructor will stop and help you, or an assistant instructor, something like that. The interactives are pretty good at giving feedback if the way you screwed up was the way the designer thought you were going to. In other words, if you typed in equals when you should have typed a double equals, they can account for that and say, give you a little pop-up, say this is where you went wrong. If you are one of the very gifted, like myself, who's good at screwing code up in ways that no one's ever seen before, the interactive is going to be lost, whereas a trainer would be able to go to look at it and say, oh, okay, I see what you did there. And video and books are all the way at the other end of the scale because they're pretty much a one-way street when it comes to feedback. Now, if you buy a book or a video, you may find that the publisher has a forum where people who use the book can discuss problems or hopefully talk to the author. You may even be able to contact the author via email, but there tends to be a scaling problem there. If your author has sold 10,000 books, they might not be able to support 10,000 people having a problem. And the further away from the publication date you get in time, the less likely the author is to still be around and willing to support it. But the options are there. It's just, again, harder, and you have to take it on yourself. Then there's cost. Let's get really practical. Like I said, I've been in publishing 25 years. I have heard all the complaints about technical books cost too much. Let's go to the chart, though. Training is going to be the most expensive. If you're hiring someone to come to your place of business and give a training, that costs, especially if you're bringing them in from somewhere else. University costs, a little bit less. The interactives in the video are in the middle of the chart because a lot of their producers have adopted a subscription model. You pay a certain amount of money per month, you get access to all of their content. It's very similar to the subscription that you have to your gym, and you probably know what I'm going to say next. So people tend to use them about as much as you would use the gym. So again, you have to take it on yourself. Relative to the rest of this, the single price for a book that you get to keep forever, not all that bad. They are still expensive, I get that. There are ways that you can mitigate that. Ebooks cost a little bit less. Used bookstores, you can sometimes find tech books, libraries. Okay, I'm not going to endorse piracy because I work for the publishers. But there are methods in which to bring down the list price of a book. And then the last factor I want to talk about is availability. And I don't just mean by that, is there a bookstore nearby where I can go out and get one? Although that's part of it. What I mean is the barrier to entry. Do I need any special equipment to use this? How easy is it for me to set this up? Well, when it comes to availability, books are fantastic. You got a book, that's everything you need. Like I said, it's a 500-year-old UX. And it's the only one of these that you can do on a beach, should that be your choice. With a video, you're probably going to need something to play it back on. You're probably going to need to be online at least initially to get it. A little bit more of a barrier to entry. Interactives, you're probably going to have to be online while you're actually doing it. So barrier's a little bit higher. And training has the highest barriers to availability because, as previously mentioned, people don't scale. So that's just a matter of how many instructors are there and can I get one. Okay. I've thrown lots of formats at you. I've thrown lots of things to consider at you. Is this the point where I go, okay, it's up to you, decide for yourself? No, actually, I'm going to make concrete recommendations. So if your resources are a factor, by which I mean money or the barriers to entry or your time, so you want to keep those costs low, get a book or a video depending on your preferred learning style. The trade-off for this that you'll have to bear in mind is that you're going to have to motivate yourself to do the practice, and you may not be able to get the feedback that you're looking for. But if cost is your overriding concern, yeah, books and video are the way to go about it. If you've got resources and fewer barriers to entry, and you're by yourself, I recommend an interactive. Interactive front loads the practice, forces you to do it, and like I said, practice is the important part. So yeah, interactives are the way to go if there is one available in the topic that you want. If it's not, that's a barrier to entry. And then finally, if you've got resources and you've got a group, in other words, if your company is paying for it, then go for a training. You've got that practice front-loaded, the feedback is built in part of it. So that's going to maximize your kinesthetic part of the experience. All right. Having made solid recommendations, I will now proceed to walk them back. None of this is foolproof. You could hire an instructor who came highly recommended and you think this is going to be great, and they get here and they're jet lagged and they're sick and they just don't give you their best performance. Okay. Stuff happens. You might buy a book that you thought was right for you. It seemed like it was a good idea, but it's not clicking. So what steps can you take to prevent that problem from happening? First of all, check out the reviews. There's a rather lovely website you might have heard of. It's called Amazon that holds reviews for every book ever published anywhere on the planet. And they've got star ratings there. But I would encourage you, don't just go by the star ratings. Actually read the reviews. Make sure that the reviewers are something like you. In other words, if you're looking for a good beginner book, and you come across a 2-star review, and the reviewer says, you know, it didn't have these 5 advanced topics that I was looking for. Okay, that customer probably bought the wrong book. He bought something that was too basic. So look for the reviewers who are in situations similar to you rather than just reducing it to a number. If you can, get personalized recommendations. People you work with, friends who know this material. What did you learn from? Do you think it would work for me? What do you think would best fit with, what you know about me? Next thing you can do is trust the gatekeepers. I know gatekeeper is a dirty word, especially in the open source community. In the publishing community, it means something a little bit different. The publishers act as gatekeepers. They vet the content. They decide what to publish, and hopefully they only publish stuff of quality. Find ones that you trust. If you found a video company that you liked their video and you were able to learn from it, then maybe another video from them would be similarly successful. Same thing with authors. If you read a book by a particular author, then another book by that author might give you a similar level of success. Free samples. Who doesn't like a free sample, right? Most of these content creators will provide that. Go to Amazon, you can read a few pages up to a chapter of a given book. The folks with the subscription models, they will often have a 7-day or 14-day free trial. I'm not saying that you need the sample to give you a complete learning experience. What you want to do is get just enough of it in order to say, is this enjoyable for me? Can I see myself spending another 10, 20, 30 hours with this type of content, and would I get something out of that? Okay. So You've removed all the blockers, you've analyzed your style, you've chosen a format, you've analyzed everything, and you're working with the content and it still doesn't seem to be clicking for you. What do you do at this point? Because sometimes things go wrong. Look for those blockers that we talked about back at the beginning of the talk. You know, was I hungry? Was I studying at the wrong time of day? Did I let those blockers creep back in and prevent me from having a good learning experience? Did my motivation change? Sometimes you're learning a new language and you're excited about it at the beginning, and as you go through it, you start seeing some design decisions that you don't really agree with, and your motivation to learn that fades over time. So ask yourself some questions, be honest with yourself. But if you've gone through all of that and you've decided, you know what, it's not me, it's you, okay, this content is not working for you for whatever reason. And at that point, you want to avoid the sunk cost fallacy. Here's my big takeaway. If it's not working for you, go find something that does. See how I brought that back from the beginning of the talk? There is no Xbox achievement for finishing a book that you hated just so that you could get through to the end of it out of sheer bloody-mindedness. If it's not working, go find something else. Is that going to cost you some money? Yeah, it is. Balance that against the potential gains of a successful learning experience. And I think you'll find that the $50 or whatever that the book cost you is less significant. So don't be afraid to cut your losses. Just make sure that you know that it's the content and not something internal. All right. So some tips that go towards the end here. Mix and match your formats. Just because you bought a book doesn't mean you're locked into using only that book for the entire experience. If you are watching a video and you're like, hey, this video is really great, but some of these commands, they're a little bit hard to remember, I could use a reference. There's a book or an online reference that you could use to remember those commands. Or you're reading a book and you're saying, this is a good book, but I really wish it had more practice problems. Maybe you can find an interactive on that same topic. Yeah, that's going to cost you a little more money again, but the trade-off is a better, more enhanced learning experience. And I want to take a moment to talk about the special case of working in groups. In other words, doing this at work. I've heard of teams at work that have been doing what they call tech book clubs, where they all read a book together and they discuss it and they work on the problems, and I think that's fantastic. There's some positives and negatives that go along with working in groups. The positives are we all work together on it and we can reinforce each other. So if we all read chapter 3 last night and you got it and I didn't, and I'm saying help me out here, you can teach me what you learned, engage that audio style, so then I can catch up and it enhances your learning experience. And that's all to the better, lifts the group. Maybe together you find some projects to work on. And you also have that idea of the rest of the group is counting on me, I can't just put this down and say I'll come back to it later and then never do. There's a flip side to this though. If some of the members of your group are not motivated, if they're just saying from the beginning, I'm not interested in this subject, I'm not going to get interested in this subject, I'm only doing this because I have to, that's going to sabotage the entire learning experience for the rest of the group. Now, how to solve that, that's a management issue and that's a talk for another day. But I will suggest that if you think that problem is happening, find out fast. You do not want to let one or two unmotivated people go through the whole process and sabotage the learning experience. So, last word about what learning in groups, it's high risk, high reward. All right, that brings us to the end slide. A couple of resources I want to mention. The Pragmatic Programmer, which is where the quote came from at the beginning of the talk by Andy and Dave, has a lot of this practical stuff, more stuff about what I talked about. If you are more interested in the learning philosophy, the educational theory, I recommend Pragmatic Thinking and Learning from the same publisher. Full disclosure, this was my former employer. But you'll find that sort of information in there. So we've got some time, it looks like. Do we have any questions? Yeah.
You talk about learning groups could be poison. Are there other poisons in this process? Perhaps
is there bad content or bad learning mechanisms? I'm going to say that if you're dealing with officially vetted content that has gone through more than one pair of eyes, a subject matter expert or an editor, hopefully more than one, you probably won't have bad content, or at least the odds of your finding legitimately bad content are fairly low. What is much more likely is finding content that is not right for you. And that's something that you're going to have to discover through trial and error. You might think that you've found, you might find that, yes, I have a reading, writing, learning style, and you're reading a bunch of different books and it's not clicking with you. Turns out that maybe you didn't have a reading style after all. It's just what you've been forced to do all through school, and so that came automatically. The thing throughout this process is to always be open to the idea that there's something mentally or motivationally that you haven't examined closely enough and need to change. But yeah, content that doesn't work for you is actually fairly common, and you're probably going to run into some of it at some point, and that's why I emphasize don't fall into that sunk cost fallacy. Thanks for the question. Yes? Yes, staleness of the resource. No, you're entirely right. And thank you for bringing that up. Fortunately, with a lot of the newer content, things don't get stale quite as quickly. This is a place where reviews can help you, but also, at least books have copyright dates on them. They often will have a version number. If you're dealing with version 3 of the language, it might say so on the cover. But yeah, that's a case where you're going to want to read reviews and you're going to want to make sure that's up to date. That is a trap that people have fallen into, especially with system stuff, which isn't versioned quite as prominently. I mean, we know what version of Kubernetes we're using, but that might not necessarily appear on the book cover because it'll be different by next week. So yeah, especially with system stuff, you want to be careful and look up the date that it was published. If you're looking for, stuff about Kubernetes from 2016, odds are a lot of that's going to have changed. Yes?
I just wanted to mention one of the things you covered completely was the fact that libraries might have these resources available if your resources are strapped.
Yes.
I've worked in libraries for a lot of years. We have a lot of resources that people are really unfamiliar with. There's usually online content, there's interactive tutorials, lynch.com things. Plus, if you find that there's a book that you want to use and they don't have it, send them an email. Chances are they'll get it for you. Or an interlibrary loan can get it for you in a matter of days. So, yeah, definitely check with your library for straps.
I'll repeat that for the recording. So I have left out all the good that libraries can do for us. They have a lot of different formats, and that if you, make sure I got this right, if you don't see the format that you want or you don't see the product that you want, you can request it via interlibrary loan. I got that?
Yeah, or
right.
an acquisition bill, you can buy it too. That's awesome.
Excellent. Well, let me ask you something then. One of my concerns about library would be the staleness, that a lot of that content would be not necessarily cleaned out all that often. Is that fair?
Definitely with physical collections, yes. But more and more libraries are moving to digital collections. So, for instance, there's a good resource called Springer Books
Right.
that you can get a subscription to, and they have massive numbers of titles that are updated regularly, and you can get all of them for free, DRM-free, like through your library. Just download the whole PDF and read it.
Excellent. Okay. So yes, if you haven't checked out your local library lately, see what they've got. They may be in the 21st century.
It's gotten better too. At least ours has far better up-to-date stuff than they did even 5 years ago.
Cool. Our tax dollars at work.
Much better.
It's worth emphasizing many libraries have subscriptions to the LinkedIn Learning and things like that.
Right.
You can use through your library membership if you can't afford your own subscription.
Excellent. Yes. So a lot of the stuff, the subscription-based stuff that I mentioned earlier, libraries will often have a subscription that you can use to that content. That's great. That's fantastic.
Or use it to buy a book they don't have.
Basically, go talk to the librarian and they'll tell you what they have.
All right, we like libraries. Yay for open source. I should have known an open source conference. We like libraries. Anything else? Yes. What is the proper ratio of intake to practice? That is an excellent question. I would say there's a reason why you often find the practice exercises at the end of a chapter. So in other words, it's not necessarily how much physical time have I spent, but have I gotten enough content to constitute a single unit of learning? So in other words, if I'm halfway through a chapter, then I probably haven't gotten all the information I need to make the practice effective. Hopefully these instructional materials are designed in such a way that they make it clear this is where you should take a break. We've broken up the chapter, we've broken up the videos. In an a training situation, they might break up the instruction and say now is the time to practice. So I would say trust the materials for that, but again, when the pacing is under your control, then the practice is going to be under your control too. And there is nothing wrong. I know I mentioned, that urge to, I finished chapter 3, I want to start chapter 4 right now, I'm going to skip over. If that's still within your control, that you want to do the practice at a different time, maybe when you're more alert or something like that, that's fine. You have the ability to basically control your own pace, but just make sure that you do it and you don't skip it. So, concrete answer to your question is going to be trial and error. If you find that you're doing the practice problems and you're not retaining the content from the chapter, then yeah, maybe you want to break it up a little bit more. If you find like you're practicing all the time, well, I might say that's not a terrible thing, but you still have to have that information intake. So find the balance for you, and keep in mind it's going to change from day to day. So, yes?
What's a good way to discover my learning style, or is it possible to transition to a new learning style?
Oh. How do you discover your learning style or transition to a different one? I hate to keep coming back to this, but trial and error. You'll know if you're comfortable with a particular style. Fortunately, for most of us living in the United States, we've had several years of exposure to various learning methods. So you can think back to what happened in school. Did I learn more from a lecture or did I learn more from a textbook? Bearing in mind that some textbooks are better than others and some lecturers are better than others. But as to how can you change your style, that is a good question I haven't considered. I would say experimentation. Because we don't know a lot about these styles and how they work physiologically, they're probably not hardwired. I would guess that if you were bound and determined to find a reading style that you could develop it over time just through practice and exposure, whether or not it's worth that amount of time, that's up to you. Thank you. All right. I think we're pretty good here. This is the last session of the conference, so if anybody has a question they wanted to ask personally or something, I'm going to hang out here for a little while. Feel free to come up. But other than that, I'm Brian McDonald from DigitalOcean. That's my contact info. I wish you the best of luck with your learning processes. Drop me a note. Let me know how it went, if you succeeded. And otherwise, I thank you for the gift of your time.